All right, we are live. Welcome, everybody. Well, today is one of those silly days where you guys subscribed a ton and gifted a ton of subs, especially Jesus who's here. So we're gonna be working with my left hand today. Why not? So it's gonna be silly, I bet. Silly hijinks to ensue. So, okay, I still haven't figured this, like, how I'm gonna set this up. I'm probably gonna have to move things around a bit, like cables and stuff. But the idea is to have my keyboard on the right, and I'm gonna have to cross some cables here, and my tablet on the left. So, that's the setup. And what will I do with my mouse? I guess I'll put it to the left as well for consistency. Gotta move it around here. Okay. Oh boy. It's about to be a cable mess after this stream. You know, gotta work with that. Okay, so that is what we have. I've put everything in its place during the stream, so you guys can see I'm not cheating. Obviously that wouldn't be much fun, wouldn't it? And we're working with my left hand. So obviously my left hand is my non-dominant hand. So yeah, it's gonna be messy. I'm essentially gonna be working with the opposite setup of what I usually do, like, you know, drawing with my left and using the keyboard with my right, which is essentially going to break my whole kind of muscle memory. So that is a Black Rock Mentos tablet. It is, exactly. My left hand is going to become my dominant after that. Well, maybe it will. Maybe I'm training myself for... You know, you guys know that I've said it on stream a few times, but you see this wrist here? That's my right hand. This wrist has this terrible little cyst on it, which keeps messing it up from time to time. Right now, you can see it's pretty big, but it's not bothering me. It only bothers me when it grows towards the inside, not towards the outside, like right now. So yeah, I've had it drain a few times. It always comes back. So I guess the day that my wrists eventually get destroyed, I guess I'll have a backup hand. I was training myself for the eventual disaster. I'm kidding. It's not that bad, by the way. Like, one day I'll probably just get it entirely removed so that it doesn't have a chance to come back. You know, like, draining it will only, like, temporarily alleviate things. But you can actually get a surgery done where they cut off the whole cyst. It's fine, it's fine. It only, like, it looks bad because it's this big thing in my wrist. And it only looks worse when I do this, which I'm doing it to show you guys. But it's fine, it's just there, you know? It doesn't bother me right now. But there's been times where it has. Okay, so I guess, oh my god, this is weird to be using the mouse with my left hand. I'm already getting weirded out. Hitting the cyst won't send it down. It will sometimes, probably not at this stage because it's really large, and it's kind of has like little like it's subdivided in a few different cysts because it's been punctured so much. It's been drained so many times, so it wouldn't really help. And if it did help, that's something that happened a couple years ago now, maybe around there. You know, I pushed it down, it went away, but then it started growing inside, and then it's what it messed up my wrist. So I prefer to have it up here where I can see it, if that makes sense. So you get used to it. I'm trying to. Oh my god, yeah. Okay, that's gonna be weird. Oh my god. I have to get used to doing everything with the opposite hand. I'm not good at Not good at drawing with my left hand, as you guys can see. I did a little smiley face. See, that's how bad I am. Thankfully, I don't have to draw like super specific things for, you know, most of what I do in Photoshop. So we're gonna try to avoid drawing as much as possible. Also, thank you guys for the follows. Enat Real, thank you. And oh, who? Oh, that was a while ago. Okay. But thank you if you're here. Lower the DPI. DPI doesn't really matter a lot in digital stuff. It's just for printing. Another challenge, you know it. Hey Mactel, hey Agent. It's all Jesus' faults and you guys in general. To everyone that subscribed. Googly eyes. We haven't even started to explain what we're doing tonight. Okay, googly eyes. We'll start with googlies, of course. We push them from here. God, this is so weird. I keep trying to use my right hand and just do like this, but I can't cheat. I gotta be so weird. I'll hopefully get used to it after a little while. The opposite of everything I'm used to doing. Like essentially, yeah, you take all your, I guess this goes here, in the eye sockets. Everything you've kind of trained your muscle memory to do is now inverted. So this is very weird. It's my first time watching the stream. It seems to be an interesting one for sure. I am currently struggling to just do things. Save. That I can do. That's easy. That's an easy one. Thank you. Okay. Control Z really easy to hit though. Of course it is. So what we're doing today is, let me show you guys what we did the other day. We've been working on this doppelganger story. So during this story, both Luke Baker and a really fantastic artist I'm collaborating with for this, and I will be tackling the story of this one doppelganger, kind of going from identity to identity throughout time, like throughout, starting with the 1860s. So it's gonna follow like different identities of this one doppelganger. And we can see what we did a few streams ago. We did this little animation where we can see this gimmicky type of turning photography. And as the doppelganger turns around, you can see it starts morphing. Then it realizes, oh, you've got me. You nearly got me morphing. Hey, Ronder. I made the goals. Yeah, I torture myself here. You want my cool epic dental x-rays? No need, but I would love to have them in the sacrificial altar, because I'm probably going to be doing more x-ray stuff in the future. But specifically here, we're doing old school x-rays, which are inverted. And they look fairly different, like they have a different vibe to what we are used to in terms of x-rays. As you can see, first, the bones are dark and the background is white, opposite of what you're used to. And yeah, just the method through which the x-ray was done was a bit different. So I don't think we'll be able to just put a modern x-ray on there, invert it, and it'll look good. For the moment, what I'm gonna try and do is morph this just with what we have on this image, and if we need to bring in any supplemental thing, any supplemental x-rays, we can do that later if that doesn't work out. Hemorbin. Silly doppelganger doesn't realize we could see morphing. Yeah, and the thing with the doppelgangers is that they do these glitches from time to time when they've spent too long in a single identity. So they have to keep kind of jumping through identities to kind of preserve their secret. Hey Kobo. Okay, so what we have here in terms of the image, it's so hard to not use my right hand instinctively. What we got here is where is this navigator? I'm relearning to use Photoshop, so you'll have to excuse me. What we've been using is a screenshot from a book about the history of photography, and as you can see, it's all printed in halftone. So we're gonna have to try and either blur the halftone out or somehow match it, or add our own halftone at the end to just kind of blend things together. It's kind of like noise, but it's a bit different. So this is the progress of radiography, of X-rays. So that's what we've got. Obviously I zoomed it in so we could only see the skull, and zooming in like this you can see the halftone. Thankfully it's a very small halftone, as you can see, so it's pretty, whoa, I'm having a hard time controlling the level of zoom here. It's gonna be another problem, I bet. And yeah, I think one of the things we gotta do is just add a little bit of Gaussian blur. We can see the close-up here. So if we add enough Gaussian, we can probably reduce that pattern to the point where it feels more like noise. And at this point, I think it looks decent enough. There are still some parts that have a little bit of pattern, but it's mostly just smoothed out now. Let's see the difference. We lost a little bit of the sharpness, but in exchange for losing the halftone pattern, which will make things much easier to edit. Do doppelgangers have a lifespan, or do they live forever until they're killed by force? I'm going more towards the second one, where they kind of live forever. Or at least for very, very long amounts of time. So we're going to be following this doppelganger for, you know, since the middle of the 19th century up to, I don't know how far we'll go. Maybe we'll go to like a century or something like that. Since it can morph itself into whatever, it can just pretty much live forever until their powers kind of run out, I guess, which may take much longer than a human lifespan. Okay, so next thing we're doing, Control A here. No, doing Control A, putting that as layer mask. Then we're doing this. Okay, filter, sharpen. This is gonna be the slowest edit ever, I think. They're like lobsters. Yeah, I like that. They're like lobsters. Let's go with that. So I think I gotta increase the radius a little bit. Let's see the preview. Brings back a little bit of the sharpness, so that's good. And then we're gonna add an action. Grain. I'm gonna put that on top. And again, we're gonna zoom in. I find myself using the mouse more, which I thought I'd use the tablet more, but we'll kind of see as we go. So we add some noise, which will help hide things, hide our weird patterns that appear. Demand high strangeness. Well, you are in the right place. But the strangest thing today is me getting my brain backwards and trying to work with my left hand. just keep growing larger. No, they can actually, one of the things that we set up in the lore is that they like to blend themselves into society, kind of like parasites. So they will try to blend themselves in roles where people take care of them, because they're just doing this to be fed and keep living for as long as they can with hopefully as little work as they can. So they masquerade themselves as children, or the infirm, or really high class people with servants, a lot of money. They'll kind of like burn through their money, and then eventually they'll just disappear and find a new identity. Thank you for linking the Loch Ness thing. I have never heard of it. Oh, the Fortis sighting. Yeah, it's a very interesting one. Can they feel love? Probably not. I would say no. They're just kind of like parasites of humans, feeding on our compassion. Okay, we have googly eye, of course, very important. And okay, I'm gonna pull one of. Let's see. Do I have Discord here? Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna pull some of Luke's or drawings that he's done kind of as inspiration, because I do want the design to feel as similar as possible to what he's done, and he's done some skulls, so we're gonna be working with that. And I'm gonna be letting Luke know that I'm live in case he's available and he wants to pop in. Give Luke a link. There we go. Okay, so I hope Luke doesn't mind that I show one of his drawings on here. Because if we got time today, we might also be editing Luke's drawings onto like old pages where they'll fit the story. Can't hang around for long today, hope you all have fun. Hi Anachronism, thanks for popping in anyway. Oh yeah, in the modern day, the doppelgangers will definitely be like CEOs, that kind of thing. Got a comic cool called Thistlebone. British folk horror. Nice, that sounds cool. Gotta try and sleep. Okay, Lyos, you have a good night. Okay, so I think I've copied this image. I keep right-clicking instead of left-clicking because my brain is backwards. So this is one of Luke's drawings of skulls, like mid-morphing. Because one of the stories within this series is going to be a doctor that came upon one of these skulls, and the skull after death, I guess through residual power or something, it just keeps morphing. So he's kind of documenting, trying to see what's going on. So this would be something similar, but this skull is after death, so it can kind of just expand freely. In this case, it's still gonna be a living person getting an X-ray. So the exterior, I think I'm gonna keep the shape of the face pretty similar to the original X-ray. I'm gonna try not to touch that too much, and instead I'm gonna edit the inside to be like all messed up. I want like the teeth to keep going backwards, like strange ways, that kind of thing, right? So we want to imagine the shape of the original face pretty much staying the same, and everything and under it's just going wild. Hey, there's Luke. Hi, Luke. I was showing people this cool drawing you did. because after this, also, if you see me going very slow, look, it's because the chat unlocked, like, got enough subscriptions to unlock me doing a whole stream with my left hand. So I'm gonna be especially slow today. But you know, it's for fun. So after this, depending on how long we take with this, we'll probably be taking some of Luke's drawings, putting them on papers, just giving them this old school look. I got a bunch of paper textures, so we'll be using those. It should be a fairly simple thing, just putting them on multiply, adding a bit of texture, pretty much that's it. So that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so first thing we want to do, we want to make a copy of this, Control J. Going against my muscle memory today. I have to relearn all my muscle memory. So what I was saying right before you got here, Luke, is that I wanted to, you know, for your drawings here, since it's the skull by itself, kind of like after death, just morphing, keeping through residual power, it's morphing. It just goes wild and stretches in every direction. In this case, this is supposed to be the X-ray of a living person, or of a living doppelganger, trying to pass as a person. So I thought that the exterior could be kept pretty much the same. Like we keep the general shape of the skull, but inside it's all messed up. So that's the general concept I want to try. First things first, we gotta set up a couple things. First, I'm gonna do a gradient map. Ooh, this now looks like a real X-ray. But no, it's gonna be an old school X-ray. So what we're gonna do is first, what's this? I'm gonna choose like a chunk of the face, and we're going to remove it from the gradient map. There we go. D. This hard. Okay. So now we're going to put this in color. Or just normal, yeah. Okay, and we are gonna essentially set it up so that it follows the same gradient map as the outside here. So it goes from this, the bright part, to this for the dark, it seems. Something even darker maybe. We got noise, which makes it a little bit harder. So let's see, this has got to be maybe an average instead of a point sample. Five by 5 average. Okay, let me put that in color. Yeah, that'll be much simpler actually. Hey Genjis. So the idea is to essentially make a gradient map that follows the color of the original print, so that whatever I add, hard to choose this, there we go. So that whatever I add will have the same color as the original. And I think I've nailed it pretty much. Like that's before and after. The after version looks a little bit more brown, but I think that'll be fine. We're good. So now we do have a graded map. Anything we add will be passed through that filter, if that makes sense. And that's not the only thing. We gotta set up a levels layer so that, again, anything we add won't be darker or lighter than the original. So it's kind of like necessary setup. We're gonna use the go. This to set the brightest color, which will be 186. So 186. And I think this is the darkest. The darkest is 74. So we set that here again. 74, enter. So we'll essentially just add that to anything we paint on top. So it will be constrained by those limits. I think those limits might be too harsh. Just slightly too harsh. Okay, now it's pretty much good. So now we have all these things on top, the levels and the gradient map, which essentially makes it so that anything we add, we pretty much can't go wrong with our edits, because they'll never be as dark or as bright, or darker or brighter than the original, if that makes sense. So first thing I want to do is add some soft line. I'm slowly getting used to this. It's hard, but I'm slowly getting used to this. Although I do have to look at the keyboard to see where the keys are, because again, I have no muscle memory of working with my left hand. A D for default, and since the back part of the skull is a bit harder to see, I'm gonna give it a little bit of help here, so we make it a bit more visible. Same with this part of the jaw. And by the way, just for context here, for people who don't know what we're working with, this is an old X-ray, back in the very first days of X-rays, when they were actually kind of inverted to how we imagined them. So it's essentially the negative image of what an X-ray from today might look like. If we do, for example, oh, where did this go? Nice silly hand. Ctrl-Alt-Shift-E, there we go. If we inverted that, we would get something that we would associate with an X-ray, but of course, we're not doing that. So maybe reduce the opacity a little. How do bits work? Well, you made them work.
How do bits work?
I love that the text-to-speech for the bits is a different one. It's also in Spanish, but it's a different one. I think it's even wonkier. Thank you, Jesus. This is very hard to do with my left hand. Oh, I'm using the wrong tool. Silly me. The text-to-speech in Spanish is the funniest. Alan, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so let's make a new layer. And let's use our clone stamp. Make it larger. Make it... If hand art is the best hand art. If you're left-handed, I bet. Let's see. So we're doing what is it? Alt. I want to copy the teeth, this row of teeth. It's the most visible ones, and I think it's one of the most visible things in the skull in general. And just following in Luke's lead, one of the creepiest things you can do is like add a bunch of teeth or make weird teeth all around. So that's what we're going to be trying. I'm going to be taking this row of teeth and continuing the current one we have. Maybe I'll flip it to get like a different curve, and just like put them, let me control. Oh yeah, the teeth are gonna go all the way up, I think. We're gonna be using this layer kind of a few times. Maybe as darken or darker, nope. Darker color, this is very hard. My brain is working at 200% currently. Just trying to get everything I know inverted. Looks cool so far, thank you. We haven't done too much yet, but we're getting there slowly. Slowly but surely. And here's where all these setup work we did is paying off, is that now I can just paint with black or with white, and it'll never, like, it'll essentially never be brighter or darker than the original. So we're pretty safe just painting stuff. Which does allow us to be more comfortable, especially with my left hand here, since we don't have to do as much editing after the fact. Slowly remembering my muscle memory, like inverting my muscle memory, I guess. Hello from England, UK. I would never have guessed you were from there, the one and only Brit. Welcome. It's good to see you. Inverting, oh my god, just inverting the whole thing. That would be even messier with my brain. Although maybe if I did what I'm doing today, where I'm mixing left and right and also inverted the screen, that might actually make it easier. That might actually like cancel out. What are we making today? We are making a doppelganger, a person that outside looks just like you and I, but inside is all messed up. It's just like this shifting mess of everything. So for now, teeth, a lot of teeth. We are taking the original teeth and we are kind of continuing them, if that makes sense. So we're here, we have our clone stamp. That's smaller. Spacey, I read teeths as turfs for a second. I was like, what's going on? Oh god. Wrong key. There we go. Very hard not to press the wrong key today. I read it the same briefly. Okay, I'm not the only one. My brain has been poisoned by bigots on the internet. Turfs is scripted. I wish turfs were this doubtful concept that people couldn't find anywhere. Unfortunately, they're everywhere. Well, no, nerves aren't real, don't worry, guys. Dental hygiene. It's fine. Just before cleaning their teeth, they can just like reduce the number of teeth, and that'll just make it easier. Like they can just morph at will, pretty much. Okay, so we have this. We can make a third row and kind of make them smaller. J.K. Rowling is a doppelganger. You know what? At this point, I would not even be surprised.
Esto es para Mock 2.
Hey, the text-to-speech finally got its time to shine and speak Spanish. Para Mock 2. We all love Mock 2. I feel like I'm instinctively kind of leaning towards the other side. I don't know why I'm doing that. My brain, it's broken. Okay, let's see. Maybe I will do Control L. I'll use both hands for that. Okay, and maybe the teeth as they mocked us. Oh, we got constructive criticism. Let me close this and we'll take a look. Okay, let's see. Oh, where's my my mouse? I lost it. I went to find it to the wrong side. Ooh, I saw this one. I think I saw it on the Discord or somewhere, or on Twitter. I saw the finished piece for this. It looks fantastic, honestly. I love how we talked about it before, how like you should go over the photo bash textures and kind of draw on top, and I think that came out wonderfully. Yeah, honestly, don't have a lot to say. Great job overall. Good stuff. I follow you on Twitter because I'm loving the stuff you're putting out. Can't wait for more. Yeah, slime mold is cool. Let's see, I'm trying to... Maybe I'll do multiply and then just... Yeah, that might be better. So essentially just making the teeth go... Like just keep going further and further to the back until they kind of get lost in the bone. So this is one row of teeth. You made those animated emotes? Which channel are they from? This is very cute. Okay. I think we should add more rows of teeth. Also, the general eye and nose area in this X-ray, it gets like kind of messy. I think it's a bit clearer to see in like modern X-rays, or maybe it's just weird for me to see it inverted. But the idea is that since it looks kind of porous and slightly strange, it looks like there's cavities, which there are, right? There's the eye socket, of course. There's the inside of the nose, and there's the how do you call this? The sinuses, right? The maxillary sinuses, the frontal sinuses, they're all kind of making that whole weird mess in this area, right? So that's something I think we can use, that sort of cavitated look. If we transplant it to other places, kind of mix it around, it'll look like the skull is just made out of a ton of shifts in cavities, or so I hope. Those are from Dark Edge TV server. Oh, nice. You can make some as well. I might ask for some at some point, because I currently have one emote coming from the Fresno Nightcrawlers by a friend who's making it, and in the future I might need more though. I've still got some slots open, so look out, I guess. How would he fully open his jaw without tearing his cheeks apart? It just works. It just kind of shifts to the shape it needs to look human enough. Okay, let's take that cavitated area, that whole part in front, and let's select it out. Sonic music, yeah. Hell yeah. Gonna do Control J. And now we have a copy of this, which we can put on lighter color. Maybe not lighter color. Maybe it should be on screen. Just to hey Sora. So I essentially put this on screen, then just adjust it. So we can hopefully add those cavities anywhere else, anywhere that we want. Now let's do an erase. Okay, let's see where we can put this. It's more of a textural note, it feels like, but it can work in many places, so I hope. One of the biggest things here is I don't want the skull to look so smooth. I want it to feel like there's a lot going on under there. So just like these interesting textures can be quite a lot of use. And even using the same one again and again. I think since we're combining them in weird ways, we can probably get away with it, or so I hope. You guys let me know if it ever looks like super copy-pasted or anything like that. And I'll try and mitigate that, but... But these kinds of things could be useful. Let's see. Bow that and teeth added randomly. Again, for inspiration or for context, we're using Luke's own drawings, own designs on this, on the doppelganger skulls. And we're just trying to do a live version of this, right? Because this is after death, where the skull can go anywhere. Here, it's just it's still trying to maintain its outer appearance as a human. So it of course can't go like outside too much. It can't do super, like we can't have teeth going outside the skull, for example, which would be fun in a dead version of this, but since we already got the dead version, I feel like we can do the live one. So I'm feeling like a second row of teeth above the main ones here. I don't know exactly where it should start. Yeah, just behind the eyes, exactly. Trying to flip them. Yeah, I feel like we can start a row here, and then it just kind of follows the shape of the other one. So my hand's not used to doing keyboard shortcuts like this. It is strange. Flip horizontal. Will that work? No, flip horizontal again. There we go. It's just a 180. Yeah, that's just the eye teeth. Pretty common feature. Most people have those. And I'm gonna take another copy of the cavities here. I'm gonna put them, actually, let me do something. Let me take all these cavities and put them below the teeth. There we go. And this last one I just moved around. I feel like we can put it under some teeth to hopefully lighten the area and make the contrast a bit more apparent. Hey Hammy, we're doing teeth and we're doing it all left-handed. Well, not left-handed, we're doing it kind of cross-handed, where I'm using my left hand for the tablet and I'm using my right hand for the keyboard, and it's just very weird. What color is mock? It's a sort of kind of brownish color, sometimes a bit more pink, depends on how you interpret the Google Street View image. I tend to go a bit more pink because I think that's cuter. Okay, let's see. Yeah, like the emote, which is this slightly pink brown. That makes sense. It's a brown that shifts more towards the reds than the oranges. Let's hit OK if I can get it. Also, What should be the next challenge with you on stream? Because we've already done left-handed edit, we've done no Ctrl Z edit, we've done one layer. Thanks, Luke. I kind of feel like the teeth are, especially the ones towards the back here, they're popping out a bit too much. So I could add, I have a soft light here actually, which darkens the whole back of the skull. I could, blindfolded screen share and someone directs me. That would be chaos. That would be fun chaos though. I was actually thinking the opposite, where I can't see the screen and someone is doing the photoshopping and have to direct them without seeing. But that would require a lot of setup. I think that is going to be something that happens eventually, but I can't just improvise it in a day, you know? I need to find someone that, gosh, Ctrl Z. There we go. I need to find someone that's not only willing, but can stream and I can trust, obviously, and that doesn't have a lot of Photoshop knowledge, because then that wouldn't be too interesting. So yeah, it's definitely a tough ask. Will require some setup, I bet. You can grayscale, like you have to edit something in color while it is in grayscale. Yeah, you can just add a black and white layer on top of things and then just kind of guess the color. Could be a fun one. Also, oh, Sean, are the VODs of these streams saved anywhere? Yes, if you go to my stream page under the videos tab, you have, well, you'll first have one that's called streams to start. That's the ones that appear like once you enter my stream. But if you scroll down under that, you'll have like all the highlights, and the highlights are just every stream. Or on the moon. Easy ask. So this makes the back teeth a bit brighter. It makes them, or the row of teeth, a bit harder to see, which is kind of a problem. But what I'm trying to do is, where is this? Here. I'm trying to brighten the edges between the teeth to hopefully get them a good give them a good contrast against the rest, which will hopefully make the teeth visible enough. Even if they have a low contrast against the background. And over here, they just kind of turn very small and it turns into a little bit of a mess. But we do want like messed up, weird teeth. Maybe some of the crowns are very pointy, stuff like that. X here. Yeah, let's actually do some of that, because I think we can do that in this same soft light layer. I just got to do some very small kind of lines like this, because it's much easier with my left hand. Oh, do you have a heat wave as well, Hammy? I've been very, very lucky to avoid the whole European heat wave, because in the Canary Islands here, the climate is quite nice. There's still been, like, you know, they announced the heat wave. They said, oh, it's going to be very hot this next few days. And it's been quite okay. It's been pretty much the same it's been the last few weeks. So we're good. One where the canvas is upside down and you flip it at the end. That might be fun. The upside down edits. Goofy handed. Yeah, what I'm trying to develop like little techniques to get a more precise edit with my left hand, because obviously I'm not good at doing like a long precise line with my left hand. It just comes out very goofy. So I just go with very small, like just very small drawn lines, and that usually works a bit better. An abnormally long tooth. I mean, that would kind of break the row, but it could work. You have to turn off the portable I see every time I go to a meeting. Oh my god. Good luck. Good luck, soldier. Maybe, yeah, maybe we represent the roots as well. Writing upside down. I didn't know that would be a necessary skill. That's interesting. Yeah, I feel like it's a bit easier to work very close to the canvas like this. A bit more zoomed in. And just do like a ton of small lines whenever I have to, quote unquote, to draw something. And do, where's the brush, and change color. It's like I'm relearning to walk. It's so weird. Relearning basic skills with the other hand. Oh, education. Oh, okay, makes sense. Like upside down, as in. So I thought you meant upside down, like up is down, down is up. You mean writing kind of, how's that, right to left instead of left to right. Oh, we have the googlies. I forgot to put them back again after doing some edits. So we already got googlies. You were wondering. Let's call this teeth. Learn how to write backwards, because you'd make window paint hands on your work dog. Oh, thank you for the save reminder. I haven't saved in a while, actually. Who was it that was left-handed, so they wrote kind of mirrored? Was it Da Vinci? I think it was Da Vinci. So I'm kind of intentionally messing up the teeth. Control Z. intentionally messing up the teeth and the spaces between them, because that allows us to, you know, get a still recognizable row of teeth. But now they're all messed up, and see the difference here from normal teeth to messed up teeth, and the googly eyes is making it so weird looking, but just so you can have a better look. You could write upside down, backwards, and in other fun directions. That's cool. I wish I could. It would definitely make this stream easier. Google Ganger. Double Googler. Both are acceptable. Acceptable terms. Also, hey, another good development. I am now getting the right key when I press the key without looking. Sometimes. So it's like my brain is slowly remembering or something. Best historical candidates for ADHD in adults. That tracks, yeah. Obviously, it's always gonna be iffy, like diagnosing people from the past, or just like diagnosing people in general without having seen them. So you can only speculate, but that sounds like reasonable, Da Vinci. Also, I'm doing the roots as well, because I feel like these rootless teeth are a bit weird. Like, we should see some of the roots. Doppelgangers are exactly like us, but with googly eyes. That is what they don't want you to know. It was pure chaos and speed in a human body. I mean, he had a million interests over his life, which does track a lot. How he just like jumped from one to another completely disconnected thing. Okay, this I'm doing a lot more drawing than I expected, which probably doesn't make this edit a great candidate for this left-hand stream, but you know, we're gonna do what we can, even if we have to draw kind of slowly. You know, slow and steady, as they say. Trying to develop those ambidextrous. Ambidextrous? That's how you pronounce it? Anyway, yeah. Trying to work with both hands a little bit. Support the idea that a good chunk of inventors might have been neurodiverse. I mean, again, it's really just hard to talk about that stuff, because in general, anything that we consider to nowadays like neurodiversity is a very like modern concept that applies to current people and current culture and society, if that makes sense. and it's very hard to go to the past and try to apply that lens. It just gets like very muddy real quick, if that makes sense. See, I'm switching my brain so much that I'm even drinking with my left hand today. I guess I gotta put my bottle on the other side. Yes, remember to hydrate. Hell yeah. Shoutouts to all the neurodiverse people in chat. You guys are great. The world will literally not work without you. If you mean link art in the chat, yeah, of course, feel free. Links are open here. I feel like that was a measure that might have worked in the past to stop like spam bots, but now spam bots just don't post links, or they like post them broken up so that they don't get picked up by the filters. So I just have links open, and it usually works out well. So I'm trying to do like messed up roots, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not trying to go for super realistic roots. I want to do weird teeth. And I kind of want that to be the main feature of this edit, because obviously that's like the main thing we can work with here is teeth. We don't have a lot more features to kind of use in an X-ray. We have the eyes, the sinuses, I think you say it like that, and the teeth. Sketch of how angel mouths work. That's a good angel. Nose teeth. You can snoop through my bones in the altar. That's strange phrase, but I do appreciate that. Let me check it out. Also, for context here. Whoa, that's a tomography. Oh, that's so cool, actually. That's a very nice call. Okay, context here. If you guys join the Discord and go to the channel, with the Discord in chat. Okay, if you join the Discord, go to the channel called Sacrificial Altar. Also, like, feel free to say hi, post your art if you got any. But go to the channel called Sacrificial Altar, and that's where people can share any images they got, just to, you know, share them with other artists for them to use freely, or with any conditions they might put. So feel free to drop pictures you got there if you think, oh, this would go well in horror art, or this might be a cool texture, a cool resource, anything like that. Just drop them in. Or scroll through and feel free to use anything you find. Just take out the accompanying messages if you're going to use a picture, and see if they mention any conditions, like mentioning them in there, or crediting them in the work or something. Just make sure you follow that and you should be good. Yes, I've seen you use the slime mold in the other that mold in the forest. I was like, oh, I recognize that one. That's from the altar. That's always cool to see. I've used pictures from the sacrificial altar tons of times. I know Trevor Henderson's used some as well. Yeah, it's a great resource for us photo artists, or if you do any kind of photo meshing in your digital art. Also great tool, great little resource. It's hard enough to find free pictures on the internet, so always good to have. Trevor has popped in and lurked a few times, yeah. But if you try to annoy him on the Discord, that's a great way of getting yourself a quick ban, so I'll try. His poor creations being stolen and abused on the internet, yeah. Yeah, he really has the patience of a saint to put up with all the stuff he has to put up. He's a great guy, honestly. Shout out to Trevor. I wouldn't be here, you know, doing art for a living if it weren't for him, so that's really gotta be thankful to him. Okay, which one? I'm trying to find the ones on the top here. Gotta be somewhere. Okay. So this should be down here. Now that makes more sense. Don't annoy the sleeping titan. That's a good writing prompt as well. Also, another thing I'm noticing is I'm getting slightly better at doing the keyboard shortcuts with only one hand. I'm usually used to the left-handed keyboard shortcut, right? I'll do, let's say, I don't know, Control T. So I'll do pinky and index, but on the other hand, I kind of have to invert them. When I do like this, I gotta do like this. So I'm just trying to get used to that. Little kids running around with Siren Head plushes. Oh yeah, there's a lot of knockoff Siren Head merch going around. If you ever see those around, don't buy them. They don't benefit Trevor at all. Those are stolen. Just like get a t-shirt from Trevor's store or something. He has some very cool designs up there. You got a mini sketch ready. Now I don't know how to link it. You can post it somewhere on Discord, then just right click the image, press on copy link, and you can drop that in chat. And the image is hosted on Discord. It's really easy way to get an image up online quickly. Okay, so we got 2 layers of teeth, one right above the eye and the main one that just keeps going and going under the, like behind where they should be, of course. So I feel like maybe the ones in the front here should be a bit brighter. because they're kind of popping out a lot to me. If you saw Prince and Russia didn't nuke all my payment options, I managed it out of that. That is fair enough. I'm sorry that you know, all the payment, online payment options on Russia have been so, like, pretty much made impossible. You know, I'm sure people will find like workarounds in no time. Like tricking PayPal into thinking you're outside Russia, something like that. That eventually always happens. Oh! Let me see, Hammy. So let me change the music. Something that doesn't bore me. Oh, nice. Little ballerina. Very cool. Solidifying a skirt design. Nice. Oh, you made the mock run? Hold on, what did you do? Let me see. Where is it? GIF. That's the best. Hold on. Let me pull that out. Pull it here. There we go. Can I make this larger? There we go. Look at the boy go. I love the little jump from side to side. Very cute. Little mockling. Look at it go. There it goes. Bye, Mock. It would have been that transition would have been smoother if I had my right hand, but you know. Oh, we should make it an emote in the Discord. I will save the. Hold on. Let me save the link and I'll put it up there. Or sorry, if you're here and you know how to upload emotes, feel free to do so. Sometimes they ask you to make the size smaller. I don't know if I think being a GIF, it should be under the size, so it's probably gonna be fine. You like the 100 pixels version? I think the 200 one will probably work. Otherwise, I'll just make it smaller in Photoshop. It takes a second. You're spacing out. No, I said if you want to get that GIF that Sombro posted as an emote on the Discord, and if you know how to do that, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I'll do it after the stream, so no worries. Oh, this little area here, that kind of looks nice. Okay, hold on. Let me invert that instead of screen, put it on multiply. Will that work? Not really. No, that doesn't look good. Okay, let me see, because this whole area. So these three here, that's the top row. I'm in on Discord, Sora. Yeah, for Twitch, I will commission anyone that you see at Discord. What's that? An emotes made on the Twitch channel has been commissioned and paid fairly for their time. Since it's something that will pay to use. It's not like the Discord where it's just free for everybody. Okay. I got some water. Remember to hydrate, everybody. Also, don't mind the bottle sounds. I got a bottle that happens to be very noisy. Should we add any other messed up things to this? Okay, let me check out some more of Luke's sketches or drawings, cause I like the idea of the stretched out eye as well. Maybe we take the eye socket, like the original, we cover it up and then take a copy of it and just multiply it, make it go all the way up, pretty much. Extend the spine into the skull. With the spine being so faint, that might be a hard one. Let's see. I think I got a copy of the eye socket. No, actually, I kind of messed with that one a lot, so let me just get a fresh copy. I'll just take all of this and do Ctrl J, get a copy of it, and then we will move that maybe above that second row of teeth. Put it here. You'll have to excuse me for being incredibly slow today. You know how it is, left-handed work and all that. Long socket. What my fear here is, if we do this, will it be noticeable that it is the socket? Maybe that will get kind of lost in the translation. That makes sense. Everybody should take a little stretch. That's a great idea. Gotta stretch. Okay, so we do this, we give it... I keep having to look down at the... That's like the thing that's weirdest for me pretty much, is having to look down at the keyboard every time I do something. Because I have no more like muscle memory of where things are. So I gotta look for them every time. That's weird to me. Let's see. So we got the stretched out sockets. I'm gonna push that a little bit more to the edge, and under it I'm gonna do brush. Two eye sockets looking at you. I mean, how would that work though? Like, there's no direction in an X-ray, if you think about it. An X-ray kind of puts a whole 3D object, like flattens it into a 2D image. So they would just be looking to either side, if that makes sense. As much as I think we instinctively think of X-rays as three-dimensional image, because they do represent a three-dimensional object, X-rays are two-dimensional images. You've just compressed an entire 3D object into one single flat plane, which is all images really, but you're getting the inside as well. Kind of feels like a dented skull. I don't know if it feels like the socket, but I guess I still have to. Also, you know something I've been doing. I kind of have both hands together, because since it's easier for me to move my right hand, if that makes sense. Like, I'm more precise with my right hand. I find myself putting my right hand on top of my left and kind of moving them together, and that somehow gives me more. Oh, just decrease the fill. It gives me a bit more kind of precision. It's weird. Can't just have them one on top of the other. Enough. It's kind of turning into one-handed edits, I guess. That's cheating? It's not cheating. It's something I found myself instinctively doing. I'm not like, okay. I want to clarify. I'm not using my right hand and moving my right hand and just leaving my left one dead. It's just kind of there because it gives me, like, it's on top like this, and it kind of gives me some, I don't know, like, it feels more natural for some reason. So I end up moving both hands together a little bit. Not all the time, but feels more normal. Yeah, it's kind of an instinctual thing to do. Like, I just started doing it, and I realized just now that I was doing that. My left hand is lonely, exactly. Like, hey, I'm not usually doing things like this on my own. I need help. What could I do? Makes it less shaky, that's true as well. We're just cutting the audio. Does that happen for anyone else? Or is that just Sean? Let me know if anyone else is getting any audio trouble. Do Control J. There we go. Let's see, so what I'm trying to do here is fill up the area left over by the socket with some like empty skull, and it looks a bit weird. So I'm trying to see if I can fix that up. The weirdest parasitic twin. Hey, Pyrotechnics. What did you miss? We're moving the eye up. The entire socket. Although I still don't have like a specific place for it. I feel like now that I've removed this, you can kind of see that, like, not necessarily the eye, but that this whole part of the skull has moved. So I feel like it's a bit more visible. But I would maybe move it kind of in the middle of where it was and where it is. What's up with that, Cosmos? Are we ARGing in my chats? No ARGs in chat, please. Although I guess, if thinking about it, it should be... This person is just still trying to pass as human. So the eye socket should be pretty close to where it should be in real life, because the eye should still be in the right place. Oh, and thank you for the save reminder. Okay, let me actually hit the OK here. Press save. And... would that make sense? Maybe I should move the top area, like the top teeth. I do something here. Gonna separate the drawing I did on the teeth. Gonna separate that. I need 2 hands for this. Separate that in 2. And did I save? I saved now. So what I should do is hit my mouse again. Now move the whole thing. There we go. Just trying to find a way of picking everything up and moving it. So we can actually do pretty much anything we want with this whole set of teeth. The other one is kind of tied to the real set of teeth. Time for game night. Okay, Maxwell, you enjoy the game nights. Have a good time zone as well. Oh, here's an idea. What if the second set of teeth branched out from the first? That would be... oh, that would be icky. I like that. What do you guys think? Something like this, where in the middle it creates this sort of weird double-sided triangular teeth. In the little corner here. He's just really happy. Yeah, let's go with it. I've kind of found a weird position where it feels better to like the left-handedness or the handicap of the left-handedness is reduced. But I kind of have to like, yeah, have both hands. Is it cheating? I will let you decide. Control T. What I keep doing is crossing them like one on top of the other. It's a bit awkward, but you know, gotta do it somehow. Okay, and this here plus this. That's gonna group that up. I'm gonna call it. Become this. Gonna call it map 1. And oh, and these would be mouth 2. The goal is for this to be fun, not for you to be severely uncomfy. Yeah, sure. It's just for me to find a way to do this. A way to still work while only pretty much using my left hand. Imagine the doctor coming in and saying, well, there's some good news, some bad news. Good news, your teeth are well brushed and cavity free. Bad news, your skeleton is smiling. I really like that. Hey, any good skeleton should smile. That's what I always say. Let me do soft lights. And now just a little bit of drawing. Again, we're gonna go with small brush strokes, since that seems to work better for this setup. For this hand setup. What I should do, expand this tooth. Trying to find a good corner, because that's the point where the, let's call this corner, please, right, well, there we go. Why did this doppelganger get an x-ray anyway? It's the, so okay, this is the initial time of x-rays. As you can see, it's very old school, it's inverted from what we're used to. And this time, X-rays were very much a novelty. People didn't really, it felt like magic to people. Oh, you can see inside, folks. Obviously, the doppelganger has never seen its own inside. So it doesn't know, like it knows how its powers work for sure. But I don't think it knows how it looks inside. It just knows that it's passing as a human on the outside. So it can probably get an x-ray once and then like it would figure out like, oh shit, this would give me away, so it never does it again. And at that point we didn't know about, you know, dangers of radiation, or people were not too aware of that. So people would go and get x-rays as this novelty thing, like, oh look, you can see the inside of my skull, not knowing that they were exposing themselves to pretty high doses of radiation. Because they didn't care about the dose very much at that time, obviously. Eating your art right now is some good shit, thank you. So it was exotic, yeah, that would be a way of putting it. So I gotta look into this before I post and you know, make this whole story, but the idea would be, or the stories that we can kind of use as a base for this. People just going with an X-ray machine into like rich people's parties and taking X-rays of people as a novelty thing, which we would find pretty distressing today, but at that time when they didn't know the risks, it was a fun thing. Hey, want to get some free exposure exposure to radiation? With no understanding on how to treat your symptoms if you get a dose that's too large. Oh yeah, I've seen a disturbing lack of the sad tooth emoji this chat. So yeah, this essentially is just like one of the few times that across history a doppelganger would have been caught. Because it obviously, you know, it was a high-class person in this social event where people were taking x-rays as a novelty. And it was not aware that it would be something that would give it away, so... And obviously he gets away with it, the doppelganger, because we'll keep seeing this one specimen of doppelganger throughout the story. You don't have that emote. Does this count? Close enough. How many times may I link my art before it becomes annoying? Become inspired by doppelgangers and did some photo edits myself, but I don't want to... No, please post them. I would love to see them. Like, I feel like if it were something completely like devoid of context or completely different to the topic at hand, that would be a different thing. But if you're doing doppelgangers, well, we do doppelgangers, I would love to see that. It sounds fantastic. Here's the link. Oh, I was reaching my hand for the mouse. I'm silly. Oh, from this person doesn't exist. I love that. Love this one. That's very cool. The empty eye socket. Very cool. Really good job. Also, I love seeing more photo edits. I think it's an underused medium for horror. Obviously, it's what I do, so I'm biased, but I do feel like it has a ton of potential for being unsettling. So I'm always happy to see more people give it a try. Okay, let's see. Yes, that's a very normal human. That's what regular humans do, isn't it? I'm gonna try and still make the socket be longer than usual, but still try to match the approximate bone structure so that it would still match like outside. If you looked at it, its face would still be normal human. He very much enjoys producing ATP from breathing oxygen, like other normal people, human people do. Yeah, that's a human thing, so I've heard. Also, just for context here, for people who've been joining in later, this is the starting image, is what we began with, and this is where we are. So that's the process, I guess. But obviously this I guess high dose of radiation X-ray, when back before they didn't know how big a dose of radiation a person could take, they just blasted you with a ton of it. So in this one we don't see anything except for the bones. We pretty much just see, yeah, all the hard tissues. So all the soft tissues get erased. We don't get any of the nose or anything. I'm a digital painter, so I don't actually edit as much as just paint over pictures. Still, that's still a cool thing to do. Oh, Sean asked, do humans ever catch on to the doppelgangers? So we'll see a bit of that throughout the story, but it's always going to be like a niche thing, like a person who everyone thinks is crazy that keeps going on and on about doppelgangers infiltrating us. Like that's how it'll go, basically. So we obviously have this, we have like the proof over time, but it's always going to be this more niche thing. There's not a time where, you know, everybody just catches on to the doppelgangers. Also, I keep forgetting the googly. Can't do that. Oh, and thank you for the save reminder. It looks so much more threatening with the googly. Should I? Hold on. Maybe I should put the googly down here. There we go. Beautiful. Now the googly is part of the X-ray. I can stretch the googly, that's true. You can stretch it to its new long eye socket. Okay, so we did add some of the eye socket textures all around the skull to kind of make it look like it's full of cavities, which I really enjoy. I think that looks very cool. Maybe I will do that a bit on the edge of the teeth. Are you? Oh my god. Are you hydrated? Faster check. Yes, sir. Gonna hydrate. Foster check. Gaming. What would I do without you guys? What a barrage I suddenly received. Okay, so there's this little part of the inside of the skull that kind of looks like teeth. It's this little part. It's just very, very subtle. So I'm adding that to the edge of the rows of teeth. Remember to inhale oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. Good tip. Thank you. Okay, what should we add next? I don't know if we should add anything else from this X-ray. Hold on, I think I might have an X-ray that might help. Let me just give it a quick check, because I do have some in my resources folder. We have some X-rays. And I have one, yes. Okay, so I have one pretty much. Exact same view, but a modern X-ray that gets a lot more detail. So we may be able to use some of that inverted, obviously, to add to our thing. And we obviously have to mess with the levels until it looks right. So I have to do something like this, perhaps. That's fairly correct. Also, this is why I when people getting X-ray pictures for free on the internet is a pretty hard thing. So over time, people from the Discord or just people that I know have sent me their X-ray pictures to use. So I've saved them in a little folder, and this is the time they finally become useful. You've been so interactive with Twitch chat. I mean, it's half the fun, isn't it? I'm glad you guys are here and chatting. It's always fun. Yeah, the Discord is a really cool place. I'm glad you agree. Twitch chat is an inherently chaotic being. That is true. Okay, let me do something here. Okay. Maybe I'll do darker color just to see what I'm doing. I really like the front of these teeth. Got a pitch for you. Phineas Gage, but instead of a spike, Lovecraftian entity. Oh, Phineas Gage. Yeah, I was trying to remember who that was. Like through a Lovecraftian entity, yeah, goes through its brain. That's fun. Also, here's what I'm trying to get. The front of the teeth here, just by the angle more than anything, since we got all the flat teeth in the front, we're seeing them from the side and the canines. It feels like pointy teeth in the front. Gives us that kind of optical illusion. So I'm trying to see if that'll look good here. Just like add it on top of our skull. Gotta be a little bit smaller. Obviously the angles are different. Yes, that is. See, I didn't want to mention it because that's something you should reveal, but that is indeed Sora's skull. Thank you, Sora. Oh, I like that. I like what it does in combination with the other teeth. Thank you for the gift of your skull, Sora. It's really appreciated. Don't know if I should go with normal or a darker color. Just darken? Is there a difference? It looks similar, so either darken or darker color. So I'm kind of like messing with them, roughing them up. The googly is just perfect here. I love the weird compliments. Well, as you know, we like to say very cursed things in chat, so it's only natural that the compliments are cursed as well. The moment that took the X-ray wasn't appreciative of your existence that day. Well, it's a bit of playing into a stereotype, but radiologists tend to have the fame or are infamous for being antisocial, since they work like cooped up in their little in front of their computers instead of seeing patients. So that's kind of the image they have in the medical world. So yeah, I think your radiologist was just didn't want to see people that day. I do understand though. I understand the feeling. I'll try and combine it with the original teeth wherever possible. So the silhouette is not like super broken, but we still get the pointy looking teeth. Also, what if, okay, I'm just gonna pick a brush and I'm gonna try like random brush strokes all around. Let's see if we can get like any strange shapes. Okay, we got the spine here. That's obviously like, this far back is not where the spine should be, so it's nice to add that. Kind of a double contour. Lads that took my panoramic dental x-ray. I mean, depends if those were radiologists or if they were, however you call teeth people over there. Like not only radiologists will take your x-ray, depends on, like usually dental stuff will be covered by others. Okay, so we got a few textures added from this. Now let's see. This didn't entirely delete the layer mask. maybe I put this in multiply, and then we do this, and we see how we can add things. Just add fun and funky textures to this, because we do have a very similar angle in both of the X-rays, so we should use that, exploit that a little bit. Oh, I'm gonna have to hide the oogly. Oh, it's a clinic. Okay, so it's private healthcare. It's not a radiologist, it's just a nurse or something that takes several tests. Oh, I'm gonna do this, because that'll make the socket like way more visible. That'll be quite useful, because among all the chaos, it does make that shape more readable. I think having a readable socket is quite important. So thank you for your socket, Sora. Gonna try and match it to the original one. Should be around here. Yeah, technician. That sounds about right. Obviously, I come from my perspective, so the roles of different medical professionals and who does like each test, if this is done by a nurse, by a technician, by a doctor, it changes from country to country. So your mileage may vary and all that. Like, for example, in Spain, usually for most things, there'll be a technician that does all the more passive stuff, like just taking an X-ray. Since that's a pretty direct thing, you just have to know like what position to put the patient in, etc. But more active things like doing an echography, for example, will be done by a doctor in most cases. Can you see some there? Oh my god, I love that. Oh, that's perfect. You know what makes this even more perfect? Here's a drawing. Hold on, let me find it. Here's a drawing that Luke sent me. He was like, "Oh, we should do a witness sketch for one of the stories. Since we're following this doppelganger across time, we should do at some point a like messed up witness sketch." And he sent was this, and it just reminded me of that so much. So that's actually like really pitch perfect. Beautiful. Thank you so much. I will cherish that. And I will send it to Luke as well later if he didn't watch this part of the stream. Okay, so now our fella has a pretty big old socket. Let's see, any other textures we can use from here. I'm gonna use this again. Maybe this part of the texture should be right behind. Okay, yeah, let's do something. Let me close this. Let me use this with multiply, which should be a bit better. There we go. So essentially, let's take this lower edge here. Oh, it looks here. Okay, good. Please upload that as a reply to this piece once Valve uploads it. Yes, do it. Yes, the jawline. Thank you. I was blanking out on that. So we'll take the jawline and essentially extend it to right behind here to just make the bone structure like all kinds of messed up. Also, I would say I'm doing fairly good time for just working with the wrong hand. We're doing okay, which is nice. I just kind of found my groove. Can doppelgangers become animals other than humans? I don't know. Maybe? Fucked up vertebrae parts. Yeah, like we have one here. We'll see. Maybe we have to fill up some space since we got some neck vertebrae from your skull. These should be fairly easy to put in other places. We shall see. Oh, don't keep pressing the wrong keys. I will get there eventually. Reminds me of a concept I did called the dog-like, where a pet goes missing, then a creature very similar to the said missing pet appears, which is a kind of a doppelganger, but for pets. That's a fun take on them. Fun take on the classic. My child has been changed by some creature. Instead of children, it's pets. I like that. Ooh, I like this. It's suddenly giving a whole lot more definition to this X-ray, in which, you know, the back part of the skull was pretty much flat. Just because this was early X-rays, and back then they didn't really have the expertise or the technology to do very detailed shots of the inside of the skull. Doppelganger. Yeah, it's sort of becoming a mess, which I love. Oh, you know what we could do? Put that on overlay. And remove the levels, and we're gonna do filter other high pass. This would actually be quite good for the X-ray. I'm gonna start doing that with a high pass. is it allows us to add detail with overlay, which is much easier, comfortable to use. And it doesn't only add dark like I was doing so far, it adds both bright and dark. It must be Twitch Mobile, Sean. It's known to be very annoying. I don't know if I should put a second kind of jawline right behind the second set of teeth. Maybe it could work like a subtler one to kind of accompany that curve. Oh, these overlay things, they add just a bunch of funky textures. Let's compare this to the original again. See how far we are. We're pretty far from the original concept, aren't we? From the original skull. It is now really messed up. In a cool way. Trying to move things around, see where everything fits better in terms of the angle, etc. I still want the 2 rows of teeth to be our main thing here. Our main player. So I still want the teeth to be like one of the most visible things. And here, since we did add kind of 2 rows with Sora's teeth here, I'm gonna make that a bit more apparent. Like, there's going to be 1 row of teeth, they're just going to fade out a little bit, and then boom, 2nd row of teeth. Kind of like a shark, I guess, where they have like rows of teeth on top of teeth. Which also matches with Luke's drawings, so that's good. Getting more consistency. Just a quirky little fella. You know. Just doing his thing. Its thing, I guess, their thing. Oh, and thank you for the save reminder. I love having soft jazz in the background as I edit a fucked up little thing. So I'm gonna show a little bit of outline of the nose, kind of like the cartilage. Yeah, whatever. you know that. You know what I mean. One thing you should know about me is I've never seen German, so I will never get a German reference, which I assume that is. I know he's some streamer with a lot of memes about him, but all I know about Germa is against my will. Last sketch for today. Let's see. Ooh, that's so cool. Look at this cool doppelganger, y'all. Mid-transformation. Maybe glitching out or assuming someone else's identity. That's so cool, Sombrero. You should. There's in Cryptid in July. There's one entry for doppelgangers. I think towards the end of the month. I think it's one of the last ones. So you should put that. You should post that then, or whatever. Really, not your dad. Okay, thanks for all the cool sketches. I really enjoyed seeing them. You have a good night. Thank you, Sombrero. Sleep well. Hammy out there practicing their Spanish. Muy bien, muy bien. Okay, I think we got a fucked up little skull, don't we? Ooh, a word in Spanish. Well, the word skull is calavera. Really like that word. A bit longer to say than skull, though. My favorite is when Spanish speakers in chat asks for the Teach Me a Word in Spanish reward. It's like, hey, you should know. I think they just want to spread Spanish to the world. They just want other people to learn, which is a noble goal. Cráneo as well. Cráneo, yeah, it would be cranium. But if you got like a skull, like as an object in your hand, that would be una calavera. Calaveras de azúcar. Ooh, sugar skulls. I'd love to try that. Oh, of course, para el Día de los Muertos. Okay, I think y'all, it is time to put everything together. And just choose how messed up we want this to be. Like how bright or dark? I think I'd go more towards dark, because then we see the shapes between the teeth, and that makes it a bit more fun. Go levels. Another one of these. That's where we choose how dark things are. Maybe we'll do that on top now. So we do F11. Barely know any words in Spanish. Well, through this stream you will know some words in Spanish. And that's the important thing. It's better than 0. Also, remember to hydrate, everybody. But you know what feels weird, now that I think about it? The jaw. It's one of the sides of the jaw goes super far back and the other one doesn't. I guess it doesn't matter, right? Why would that matter? It's supposed to be a mutating thing. So it's okay that it goes a bit all over the place. But what I might do, let me try something. Do puppet warp. And then warp it to the weird shape that the teeth have, so it's not like this straight line. No symmetry, but no needs for symmetry, really. Teeth under the jaw? That's a good idea. Let's give that a try. We'll take a row, like one of the rows we have. This one, mouth 2. Oh, I need to delete that layer. We'll take mouth 2 and oh, enjoy your dinner, Sora. Teeth under the jaw. Maybe a small row. Kind of bent like that and same shape as the jaw. You know, chin teeth. Your classic chin teeth. That's whoa. Where are you going? And we just get the top row, of course. Like it would just be one row of teeth hanging from the edge of the jaw, of course. Yeah, everyone has chin teeth. A well-known thing. put that on. It's a darker color, but now we do Control L. Bring the color back up? No, that won't work. Yeah, I messed with the darkness too much, and they weren't smart objects. So now I just kind of have to deal with the results of that. Let's do multiply here. Hyoid, the hyoid bone, chain teeth. I guess I will take that. That's close enough. I've said this on stream before, but do you guys know that I have one more bone than most people? Because I got a surgery right here. You might be able to see it in here, where my hyoid bone was cut in two. So, the hyoid bone, if you don't know, is right here in the corner, like in this corner, and it's the only floating bone in the body because it's only attached to muscles. It's not attached to any other bone, so it's floating, quote unquote. Well, I had a cyst going through there, so they had to remove it, and to entirely remove it, they had to cut out, if this little horseshoe is the hyoid bone, they had to cut the middle of the horseshoe and just leave the two sides. And that is why I have one more bone than most people, because my hyoid is now 2 bits of hyoid. So if anyone wants bones, I got some extra. You just ask me. I got 1 extra, so be quick if you want one. Let's do levels. I'm a bone hoarder. Trying to find a good spot for these. This is a work in darker color. Place a bit on your bone. 2 cents? Come on, you gotta get that higher. These look too dark. Now that's a better offer. But think, it's an exclusive bone. There's only one of them in the world. So I might need more than that. Still don't like that. Ah, screw it. You know what I'll do? I'll delete that. Delete group and contents. Whoa, wait. That broke something. Levels? Yeah, there we go. Phew. I was scared for a second. Your soul? Now that's better. Take that bid. You now come pick up your bone anytime. Come get your bone. Gonna take some of these. Technically everyone's bones are exclusive. Yeah, hence the high price. I didn't say my extra bone was the only exclusive one, but it is exclusive. But it has sentimental value. Oh, here's one of the problems why it looked weird. Of course, I'm silly. I'm a silly goose, y'all. I am a silly goose. I should have put this on top of the layer that does this edge. That's why it looked weird before, because whatever I did, the edge was always on top. Silly me. Silly Willy Billy. That's me. You know, and to think that my silliest mistakes today would not come from me having to use my left hand. So I'm becoming fairly good at the left hand thing. I don't know if I've said this enough. Becoming like actually like settling into my brain. Got a little system. I mean, it's still hard, but it feels way better than at first. First, I was completely like lost. Couldn't do a thing. Control I. Send is becoming easy. Quick next challenge. I'm doing this to myself, am I? See, I still haven't set the next challenge, so you guys can't even unlock it. I'm safe for now. Okay, maybe I'll do it on normal. For now. No, but it's fun. I really enjoy doing these challenges, as silly as they may seem. They kind of force your brain to work in different ways, and you never know how they'll go. So more teeth. What do we think? More teeth the better, right? I want to add a few more, but add some of these because I just want to add like kind of the, more than anything, the spaces between the teeth, since that's like the most visible part, more than the teeth themselves. It's kind of the contrast they make. Wisdom teeth. Yeah, that's what wisdom teeth look like when they're waiting to grow. Have you guys ever seen an X-ray or cutouts of a child's skull before they've grown all their teeth, where you can actually see them inside, kind of just waiting to pop out? It's weird as hell. There we go, that's what I wanted to do here. I wanted to add some of these little spaces. Then we go to layer 2 here, which is our soft light layer. It's the first one we added. Hence the name layer 2. Humans evolved specifically for carrots. Now that is a hot take. Let me see, I want to do maybe brightness contrast. I don't use this a ton, but, oh, and googly. I want to use brightness contrast here and just apply that to the teeth area. Because again, I want the protagonists of this image to be those mouth lines, those super long mouths full of teeth, and all the extra teeth that we added. So I want that to be just out there, just like the first thing you see. With the googly eye, of course. Oh, that was my knuckle cracking. My left hand is not super used to working that much. But it's good. That gives the rest to my right wrist. Now we do F11. We're gonna put the googly eye on top. Now it's gonna be a normal googly. Back to normal. And we're gonna do here, Ctrl-Shift-A. Yes, we do have teeth under the jaw, like you suggested. And they're your teeth too, Sora. Funny enough. Okay, so first thing we're adding is rain that's thick enough to hopefully finish covering all the little patterns. Although some is still gonna be visible, but at least most of them, you know? Obviously, it's an old X-ray, so you can go grainy as hell if you want to. It's not the kind of image where you need to be conservative with grain. They're blasting radiation at this person. Could never crack my knuckles as a kid. Oh, I could. I always did. But I don't do it that much lately. Our bodies can do wild movements and endure carrying certain weights. Tiny things like writing, drawing, using your little fingers too much might need surgery. It's more about the repeated nature of those movements. Like if you write a lot one day, you're not gonna have a problem. But if you write a lot every day, it kind of builds up, if that makes sense. Like for example, hairdressers will tend to have the same hand problems over the years. Because I tend to do the same movements. Why is everything goofy today? Is that a new hip expression? Too old to understand. Lovely monstrosity. Well, that's what we like to do here. So we're giving this a bit of a gradient. It's not dark orange to light orange. So that has a bit of variation in color. Makes it feel more like realistic old paper. Why not we grow resistance to repeated movements? We do a little bit. It's easier to grow resistance to bigger things. Like if you run a lot, if you do a lot of, a lot of physical activity, your bones actually get more resistant. But things like your tendons, well, it might seem counterintuitive, but your bones are always growing living tissue that is always changing very slowly, but it is always like reforming itself. So just repeated pressure on certain points will make those parts harden and become more resistant to pressure in the future. While tendons don't do that. Tendons are pretty much like set. A tendon, once it's created, it's not going to change for the rest of your life. So that does wear out, while your bones don't really wear out, while they can become thinner, because with time, your bone reabsorption increases more than your bone creation, if that makes sense. So your bones become thinner over time. Has replaced ass. I figured, yeah. I just hadn't seen that before. Bones are weirdly flexible. They are, yeah, they're kind of flexible. I mean, not super flexible, but more than you'd imagine, yeah. If your bones are still flexible as an adult. No, but there is always going to be a certain flexibility that you don't expect because you always see dead bones. But when bones are alive, they're more of a living tissue than you'd expect. But yeah, definitely they were way more flexible when you were a child. And they harden a lot more. Puts your skeleton in vinegar. Ouch. This is the Bone Zone. Welcome everybody to the Bone Zone. The point in life is to never see exposed bone unless you work on the medical field. That is fair. Yep. Okay, let's see before and after. We've definitely added some color, a little bit more contrast. Makes things slightly gnarlier. Dumping dino fossils in vinegar. But fossils are not bone, though. They're just casts of bone. As far as I recall. Fossils are just kind of, since the bones were there at first, before they disappeared, they got first encased in one type of stone, and then as the bones disappeared, that empty space was filled with a different type of stone. So, as far as I know, there's not a lot of actual bone tissue in fossils. That might just be certain fossils though, I don't know. How to handle a slight emergency. Are you okay, Hammy? Is everything fine? People with skelephobia are gonna flip when they learn they have a skeleton inside them. Too spooky. I mean, I might be wrong on the fossil thing, by the way. It's definitely not my area of expertise. It's just a thing I heard once. My brain decided to keep it. Oh no, Hemi. I want to sharpen this quite a bit so we get nice edges. Sora's doing a Wikipedia dive. Let me know what you found out. I'm glad you managed to salvage it, Tammy. Keep going to the wrong side to get my water. See, everything's flipped today, so I just gotta flip my brain. It's weird. Just gotta take my brain out and put it upside down, then it should work. I forgot the googly eye. Okay, this would be our let me remove the googly. This would be our before and after. We'll still, that slightly bothers me that we still got some of the pattern of the printed pattern here, but it feels like it still works well enough, even though we can see some of it. because the pattern only appears in the brighter parts of the image, and the parts that we've added are pretty much all dark. So it doesn't really change things that much, or so I hope. The googly praise. The googly teeth. See, if this was not an X-ray and just a picture of a skull, we'd be able to do some like more explicitly messed up things, but since it's an X-ray, we're slightly limited in the breadth of what we can do, because there's not that many things that are clearly visible, at least to the untrained eye. And there's not that many things that are clearly visible in an X-ray that would help us kind of show how messed up it is. So the teeth are our best bet in this sense. So that's why we've done so many teeth. It's essentially like a toss-up between the teeth and the eye sockets to work with. Which honestly we could do a bit more with the eye sockets, I feel like. I feel like that's the only direction we could take it in. Okay, let's move my mouse. Okay, let's do that. Then we'll reapply the camera raw filters later. That's fine. Okay, where is our eye socket? It's one of these. I just kind of forgot which one. It's this? Yeah. That's our added eye socket. Yep. Control T. Well, let me do something else. I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna move that up. I'm gonna turn it a bit. And let's just combine the two sockets. Make them into one. Just to give it a little try. That's the wrong tool. The problem is how quickly it stops looking like a socket. Because in an X-ray, we have this very clear, or in general, we have an instinctive view of what a socket should look like. So if you morph it a lot like this, it becomes way harder to see. Like, does that feel like a messed up socket? Considering the original looks like this. Now we've just kind of opened it up. I love having chill music. There's a Super Mario Odyssey song. Your art gave me an idea for something to draw tomorrow. Hell yeah. Let me see if I can find a better edge. It's kind of hard to though. Lo-fi hip-hop beats to create a monstrosity too, exactly. Hey Dr. Doc, as you can see we're doing a messed up X-ray. There's gonna be a doppelganger for an upcoming little collab. Spicy. Yeah, it's hard to make this feel like a socket. It just kind of loses a lot of its shape. I guess we need a more clear and defined shape. We always get the good music here. I gotcha. Always try to get cool video game soundtracks, that kind of thing. God, Photoshop, stop being wonky, please. Now I do puppet warp. Gonna give that a try. Or just sending spacing. The plushie. Hi plushie. I'm here essentially just mixing things together until it looks like a socket to me. But we'll see where this ends up. In any case, we got the original saved. We can always go back to it if we feel like the long socket doesn't really work. Which I'm not super feeling it at the moment, unfortunately. I feel like maybe if we go somewhere in the middle in terms of how big the socket is. Okay, I feel like we're getting there. Not quite there yet, but we might be getting there. I don't know, let's compare now. Let's do a little quick comparison just to see what socket looks better. This being the original, this being the expanded. I feel like the expanded one doesn't read as socket anymore, and that's the problem. So we'll have to go with the original. It's already big, like it's already bigger than it should, so we're probably fine. Okay, then I think, well, first in terms of signature, I don't think we can sign this. This would be a very hard thing to sign, but if you got any ideas, throw them my way. Otherwise, we can just leave this one unsigned. If this was a modern X-ray, what I would do is put the signature as one of the left-right indicators. You usually have those in a lot of X-rays. You put this little plaque, metal plaque with an L or an R, so that the X-ray itself tells you if this is the left and the right side. I guess not really in the skull ones, since it's just one skull. Thank you, Ryu. Government classified files. We're not going super government conspiracy with this, but we're going historical. This, if you missed the explanation at the beginning, this is an old school X-ray, like one of the first ones ever taken from the very, very early days of X-ray. So they are inverted from what we are usually used to. We would be used to something like this for an X-ray, but we get this instead. We get the opposite. Yeah, I kind of like the blurry spine like this. Yeah, we're using an actual very old school X-ray from the time when they were inverted, which was just the very beginning. At that time, X-rays were a novelty, so you'd have people going, you know, having an X-ray guy at a party, and as a novelty they would take an X-ray and go like, look, this is your hand inside, or this is what your skull looks like, which is the situation that we want to play up in the story. So they kind of catch these doppelganger trying to pass as a human, because inside it doesn't look human, it just looks like this garbled mess. So the doppelganger obviously doesn't know, like, the X-ray is a novelty to it as well, so it doesn't know what it looks like inside would be a clue to its actual nature. So it gets an X-ray. Why did the switch happen in X-rays? I have no idea. I don't know enough about the history of X-rays to know. I just know that the very old ones look like this. There is an imposter among us. I guess you could say that. Ryu, thank you so much for the follow. So yeah, we're doing this as a collab with Luke Baker, and I think I haven't linked to Luke's stuff in the whole stream. Might have at the beginning, but let me actually pull up Luke's Twitter. Yeah. You'll go give him a follow. He's a fantastic artist, and if you want to see some of the stuff, like there's just one of them, but one of the things he did for this doppelganger is this skull here. Really cool stuff with rows of teeth, which is why we ended up doing 2 rows of teeth in the front. Kind of go with that, follow up on his idea. So these will be the sketches of a doctor that's found one of the skulls, and it keeps morphing, so it's trying to investigate like what's the hell is up with that skull. One or several, we still don't know exactly how that part of the story is going to shake out. We're kind of building it as we go. Then if you missed it, that was a few streams ago, but we did a little GIF. This is again from the early days of photography. That's, well, 50 years earlier than the early days of X-ray, but from the early days of photography, there were a lot of gimmicky things happening at the time. One of them was this guy taking photos of people turning, like taking several automatically spaced photos of people as they were turning to get this rotating self-portrait. And there's one of them that we've put into a little animation, and of course it's a doppelganger, and the moment we start looking at its back, it just starts morphing. Then it realizes, whoop, just gotta get back to normal, and it gives us a little smirk. So again, we're going with, you know, trying not to show like super directly what the doppelganger looks like, always trying to show it indirectly through, you know, a drawing from a witness, or if it's a photo, it's, you know, it's the back of the doppelganger, or an x-ray of the doppelganger, to always keep a little bit of the mystery of what they actually look like or how they morph. Keep that a little bit always obscured. Whoops, made an oopsie. Yeah, I love his little smirk. That's in the original photo, by the way. I didn't touch that at all. I just felt like it worked very well with the doppelganger kind of like letting the transformation slip for a second and just realizing and giving us a little smirk. Like, it doesn't really care too much. The doppelganger, it knows that if it's caught, it can just like kill someone else and assume their identity. You can kind of get away with anything. So if they find them out, it's just gonna go, oh, I'll just switch identities, I guess. What if we befriend our doppelganger? We don't have, the doppelganger is not like, oh, it just looks like you. It kills you and it takes your identity. You don't have a doppelganger. Like, there are doppelgangers out there, and they're just out there killing people and taking their identities. So you can befriend one, you can try. It might look like they're your friend, but they're probably just taking advantage of you to eventually take your identity if they need. Damn it, I was just getting used to this body. Exactly. One of the things we did for the lore of the doppelgangers here is that if they go too long without changing forms, they'll eventually start glitching like this. So they can't stay for too long in one form, they have to kind of hop around. So to us that might look like a person suddenly disappearing under mysterious circumstances and they never see it again, and then it has just gone to another person, killed them, and I don't know exactly through which method. Does it consume their brain or does it eat them entirely? I don't know exactly, but it kind of consumes them in a way that it can assume their identity. So it can just become that person for the next few years. That's a lot of missing people. Those are all doppelgangers. can they age as a person, or is that too long? I feel like they can age, like they can make themselves look like they aged to fit with their identity, but they don't really age themselves. They can keep going pretty much forever. As long as they're not caught, they might eventually just die because, you know, they get hit by a car or whatever. So they do end up dying, but if they spend like 20 years in one person, they will like age their form to make themselves look like the person aged. And it might look entirely different to what that actual person might have aged like, but it doesn't matter because the actual person is dead. It's just kind of guessing. Also, I feel like I would put the doppelgangers as far as their intelligence. They obviously have human level intelligence and they can assume people's personalities, but they're very instinctual as to how they work and how, you know, they're not really like super conscious of what they're doing. They're just following their natural kind of instincts. So the fact that when they like right there in that picture, when it turns their back toward like you stop looking at them, or it feels like it's alone, or people aren't looking at them, it might just glitch out a little bit or something like that. It's not doing that consciously, it's just like natural for them. and one of the things we set up for the doppelgangers is that they're kind of social parasites that kind of feed or take advantage of people's empathy or people's kindness. So they'll befriend people, or they'll take the form of sick people or children that others will take care of, to just kind of like live the high life and not have to work. They'll just, or with as really rich people with servants. So they know that they don't have to work, right? So what does it do? What it does for some reason, like food? Yeah, essentially, it just wants to be fed and keep living. You know, it's more, you know, like we all do. It just wants to keep doing what it's doing. Whoopsie daisies. Hybrid Carib, welcome. Yeah, it's been a fun lore to set up with Luke. It is essentially just like extracts from us talking on Discord and just figuring these things out as we go. So I think the general gist of this little series, it's kind of grown into a little series with a bunch of pieces, because we didn't really set up as how big this would be at first. We just kind of went with it. Also gooey. The idea is to follow this one doppelganger, at least for most of the series, follow this one doppelganger through history. So we have that spinning self-portrait thingy, which is from the 1860s. Then we have this early X-ray, which would be from like the first X-ray, I believe, was 1895. You could say this is from around turn of the century, around 1900. Then we have some drawings, which might be even earlier than the first photos. We have a police sketch, which will be, I don't know, I want to say like from the 70s, 80s, old local TV, something like that. A police sketch. Then what else do we have? We also wanted to do one with a children's drawing, which will be set somewhere in the middle between the sketch and the X-ray. So the X-ray is, you know, around 1900. Then we got the 70s. We want to put something in the middle so that just through the chronology of the whole thing, you can guess like, oh, that is the same doppelganger, and we're just kind of following them across like history and across the world as it changes forms from one to the other. Like, we might not see all of its forms, but we'll kind of drop some clues in the, at least, even if it's just the chronology of things and how we say like, oh, the person in this X-ray died in the year 1905 or disappeared in the year 1905, and then next in the next story we go in 1906 this and this happens. So it's just kind of like following the chronology. You get, oh, of course, like it disappeared and then in 1906 it takes the form of another person. It makes sense. I hope that's what I hope to tell through the story, at least. What if it needs a human body to mimic in order to reproduce? We haven't really thought about reproduction. We felt like this is an ancient being. And does it even reproduce? Maybe it doesn't. Gotta love lore. We love lore here. Yeah, maybe at some point the doppelganger eats enough people that it just has enough power or enough mass that it just does. It separates in two, does mitosis. Oh, like a seed. Thank you, Karam. Doppel sex. I kind of like mitosis. Doppelganger in the middle of mitosis. Yeah, we should. I'm gonna chat about that with Luke because it might be a fun setup for one of the little events. So we want each of these stories, so the one with the X-ray, the one with the photo, the one with the skulls, we want each of them to be like their own little episode. Like each of them is a short episode that you just start tying together because of the chronology of the whole thing. And each of them with like a different character, a different witness, let's say. So just to make one of them a bit different, we could do the mitosis thing. We'll see what we'll think about it. That's a very fun idea. In any case, we finished this edit, so I think I'm justified in doing something here. I'm just gonna switch my things around and finally have my normal regular setup with my right hand, because we have accomplished what we set out to do. Whoa, don't break. So I just need to push this cable here. It's a lot of cable mess. Might have to, unmess this cable later, but we'll see. Maybe the second doppelganger that pops out, it's just like a baby, just starts growing from the first one, and then it just pops out. Like the very hungry caterpillar. And it just goes out into the world and eats a person, and then it becomes them. The doppelganger life cycle. Okay, I do need to save this as a JPEG. Let's see. It's x-ray.jpg. There we go. Maybe it would have to eat something small at first, yeah, like a baby. Goes inside your ear and slurps your brain. Okay, what if, to finish things off now with my right hand, we take these little drawings and we put them on paper or on pages, like in disorganized notes. Let's see. Let me quickly get my resources folder. Let me get some old papers. Like maybe some very old ones, like these. Yeah, nice. Yeah, exactly. Baby doppelganger is just a changeling. Okay, so the idea, since these are PNGs, can easily just place them in any order. We would have to change the colors so they all match. So make some of them a bit brighter. Then let's take this one as our baseline. And then we'll do some color changes. So that they all match. And then a little bit of drop shadow. A shorter distance. Something like that. Now we have like 3 little pages to work with. We might change the order of or the setup of these at any point, but for now let's just start dropping things on there. Okay, so we got a bunch of teeth. Let me just download every image. Okay, we got a bunch of very cool drawings that Luke made, and let me just drop them in. That's I forgot this. It's very cool. I was meaning to open another tab, but there we go. Okay. Here we go. Maybe we can do... Okay, obviously we have to put each of these in multiply or color burn, which will keep a little bit of the color under it. So maybe in one of the papers where we can see less, we get these drawings and they're just slightly cut off like that. Or maybe that would be better for the middle page. Not sure yet. We'll see. Then we got this, which I'm again going to put in color burn. Oh, this is good. We have to do something with these teeth. We either make the whole thing smaller, or we take the teeth into their own layer. Go and do Control J. And we just put them wherever they fit. We'll see, we'll put them here for now. And next one we got is this. Let's put it on multiply once again. Or on, sorry, color burn. Okay, maybe we need to make this longer. Or maybe... Okay, let me try a different thing. put all the teeth in this middle page. We get like one main page here, focused in on the document. And we get some like other pages like strewn around. Oh, I got one. This could work. Okay, hold on. I think the first sketches that Luke sent me, these ones, I'm just gonna save them. And these could go in the background, kind of like peeking out somewhere here. Those already have their own layer, but I might give them the same color as the rest, just to match like how old the paper looks. And now we take this. And this. I mean, maybe we want to put them in different pages, but if we can find a cool composition where all of them work, that would be fun as well. So let's see, something like that. Maybe with extra messed up teeth. Let's do 2 rows. Something like this. And these go in the middle. Boom, we have a little composition made with these. Let's go with the drop shadow here. That's global light, so that'll affect both. Nice. So now this could be like the crazed notes of a doctor that's gone insane by looking at too many doppelgangers or their skulls or whatever. What do you guys think? Should we go for that? You know, doctor that has gone insane notes are like a whole genre of horror. That's not necessarily a bad thing. I think it's a vibe too. Why would you go insane? Because, I mean, it's pretty insane to see this in real life with your own eyes. I would go insane too. Maybe I'll already have. Let's do here, remove the drop shadow, clear layer style. We'll do filter other high pass. put that in overlay. There we go. Yeah, we go crazy because no one believes him. The doctor explaining his colleagues, like that one meme from the guy pointing to the whiteboard, yeah. Yeah, the scenes from Always Sunny, exactly. With Pepe something, Pepe Sylvia or something. Oh, you know what we should do? Maybe put a wooden, something like, you know, wooden texture in the back. Just like an old table or something. Let's do that. Go into the browser. I haven't gone there in the whole stream. Let's go to, I think Texture Labs might have some good wooden textures. I don't really have any saved into my computer because I don't tend to use too much wood. Let's see. Hey, look, there you are. Oh, this old wood, for example. I'm gonna show you the drawings in a sec, since I'm on the browser right now. I was putting all the drawings together. I had to cut out a bit the teeth a little bit, so I put one row here and the other one here, so that both could work. Even though maybe I'll do something like this so I don't feel too repeated. I don't know, maybe a little turn here. There we go. Now you can see a little bit of the teeth repeating. Like this one here and this one here, but I don't think it's too noticeable. So we have some wood here. We'll darken it. Yeah. And I included some of your sketches here in the back because I feel like they worked well to have there in the background. They're nice. Although I might make this slightly larger so the paper is cut out here at the top. Then we move this more towards the middle and we move the teeth one. Give it a sec. Move that like this. There we go, bunch of teeth. What I might do, at least to these main ones, I want to add some like textural bits to them. So we put this all in a group. I have this pattern I could use for a quick little bit of grunge. Does this work? Where's the pattern? Paper grunge? Hello. Well, that paper grunge thing is not working. I think it might have been last Photoshop update, perhaps? Oh no, I'm silly, of course. I had a layer in front of it, so of course it wouldn't work. Yeah. I was freaking out over nothing, essentially. Okay, so what I wanted to do is screen. It's a little bit of paper texture. Okay, that could work well. Do we have anything else? Yeah, I'm gonna try another thing too. Just go to my resources, just get one of my papers. Like one that's a bit more messed up, like this. Gonna give it a high pass. Then I'm gonna take all this together, main paper. Oh, it's so much nicer to work with both hands for once. And I'm gonna put that in hard lights. Why does it apply here to the edges? Trying to figure that out. There we go. So just messing up the paper a little bit more and applying that on top so it affects the drawing as well, and now it fits the paper much better in my opinion. And we can kind of move it around, try to find something that looks aesthetically pleasing, and maybe something, I was trying to find maybe a highlights, like one of these bends that goes over both. Both of the eye sockets, so that they both get that little shiny area. I think that's nice. Okay, now we do put everything together. What's with Mercedes-Benz? What? Did I miss anything? Let's go to effects. Yet. Good old grain. Quick question. Is it hard to be an actor or join a famous movie or series? I don't know why you come here to ask me. I wish I knew. If I knew that, I would be an actor and in a famous series and not here. Love me some grain. Hey, same here. Bar of grain over here. With, of course, a little bit of color grading. Never hurts anybody. Braces and some tape. Yeah, that'll fix that guy right up. It's so nice to go back to my old muscle memory after struggling all stream. So I'm doing some soft light just to reinforce some of the shadows, some of the bends in the paper. It's kind of helping things blend. No, not for this edit, since I figured it would be a quick one just to kind of unwind. But like, yeah, let's go back to regular old right-handed. Since we did do this, well, hold on. We did do this left-handed, which I think it's... I honestly think that this, in terms of difficulty, this was the hardest of all the challenges we've done so far. Because, you know, for no Control Z, at least I could do it and then drink if I messed it up. But for this, it was like you had to completely change your brain chemistry for a while. But it's fun to try these weird little things. Assuming it's someone with braces or metal implants and getting stuck. You just can't remove the implants. Yeah, I feel like I would have trouble with this kind of thing. Because, I don't know, for example, with glasses, it would probably figure out glasses pretty quick. Like, okay, I just gotta change my eyes to see words so that the glasses work, if that makes sense. Or I can just pretend, oh, my vision got better, it's fine. But braces? Yeah, we probably have some trouble with that. I feel like when choosing victims, he would probably think about this kind of things and avoid the ones with annoying things like braces. If they are a smart doppelganger, that is. Who knows, there could be some dumb doppelgangers out there that have no clue what they're doing. Got caught pretty quick. I feel like the ones that have lasted until today, they know. They're pretty smart about things. They know how to be discreet. What were some of the other challenges? So in the past few weeks, we've done a one layer edits. So I'm going to show y'all. We did this angel in a single Photoshop layer. I mean, I could add things, but the moment I added something, I had to combine it with the current layer. So we only had one layer. So it was very hard. It was quite fun. Like I had to build the whole angel outside of the image, kind of like making the canvas bigger, and then just drag it in. These kinds of things, you know, you have to just use Photoshop in a completely different way. And then we did a no Control Z stream where we did the Fortis Nessie and the Fresno Nightcrawlers. Oh yeah, and that's Nessie, by the way, based on one witness. and And yeah, did we do anything for this? No, that was just a regular edit for the Flatwoods monster. So yeah, I don't know what could be the next challenge. Some other silly arbitrary limitation. I did the Krampus thing one layer a few months ago. Well, that was around Christmas, because Krampus. So last year, that was... Find it. That was the one layer Krampus. When do you feel like continuing the Fractal series? Actually pretty soon. Maybe one of these next few streams. I do have an idea for it that might be fun. Because, okay, that part of the Fractal series is going to be all about... what we've seen in the last part, we've seen people kind of forming a religion around fractals and voluntarily fractalizing themselves. But next, we're going to see people forcefully fractalizing others as part of a sort of terrorist-like campaign where they believe that, you know, the fractal is... that everyone should be fractalized. And they start, like, you know, putting fractal juice in the water and these kinds of things. They start, like, you know, forcefully infecting others. And kind of like a slightly eco-terrorist thing where they say that the fractals are just nature coming back to its natural state, and we should just go along with it. So I was struggling in thinking how to show that. And the other day I had an idea, since it's about, you know, people putting the fractal juice in the water. I figured maybe we could have a big, like, water basin or a lake or something, where you can see, like, the reflection of people walking next to it, and all the people are fractalized, but you can only see the reflection. So you see the body of water, and it's kind of cut off before the shore, so you can only see the warped reflections of people with, like, extra limbs and stuff. So you get, like, a tiny glimpse at the fully fractalized people that we're, like, kind of heading towards, but it's kind of building up towards that. I don't know, that's just an idea. It's kind of forming in my head, and eventually I'll just do a stream and plop it out into the world. Put your screen upside down. I could do that physically, maybe? I could just rotate the edits, you know? I mean, that might be easier. Which I might actually do for the, like, voluntarily for the fractals if I do the reflected thing. Hey, Anachronism. Still streaming, yeah. Been about 4 hours now. Oh, this soft light is doing quite a lot of heavy lifting. I want to do more shadow between the pages. Why not? Going for a bit of more dramatic lighting here. A vibe you might like. Ooh, yes, that's Cosimo. I love Cosimo's work. That's very cool. Yeah, y'all should go follow the Twitter Hammy just posted in chat. Whoopsie daisies, didn't mean to put the fractal juice in the water supply, officer. I swear, it was an accident. Okay, so maybe I'll do all the soft light below all the edits, so we can do this, and it'll look a bit better than this. It'll look a bit more integrated. How to flip your monitor. Thank you, Sarah. I will give that a look. What does fractal juice taste like? And I think we've considered that on previous streams. I don't recall what conclusion we reached, but I think it was oily, mostly oily. Like since the fractal shape is essentially kind of infinite and infinitely complex, it would probably interact with your taste buds in weird ways and give you like all sorts of flavors inside your mouth. And like shifting, constantly shifting. Like imagine if you drank something with every flavor, but it's affecting every part of your tongue with a different flavor, and it's constantly shifting. So it would be very confusing, but also oily. In texture, it would be kind of oily. So there you go, that's my guess as to what fractal juice tastes like. And oily is because it is an oil. It's an oily-like substance. It's just kind of thick, and it separates from water, so it stands on top of the water. And thank you for the save reminder, because I haven't saved this at all. This would be drawings.psd. Drinking water and olive oil. It would be more like olive oil, but maybe a bit thicker in consistency. Maybe like some of those essential oils that are just kind of thick in consistency. A gustatory seizure, yeah, basically. Anyway, that's we got a bunch of doppelganger stuff right now. We got the drawings, we got the X-ray. We got, I'll show it again for those that missed it before. We got the animation, which is here. Little spinny boy. And okay, so we're getting pretty far into this little series. There's two other things two other ideas we had, that now the ball is on Luke's court with those, but we have a police sketch and we have the children's drawing. So I mean, Luke already sent me a police sketch in pencil. I think we can directly use that maybe. So maybe that one is done already. We'll give it some filters and stuff. Let me actually give that a try. Why not? We'll just open a new one. Download the police sketch. Give me a sec. Save. Is it here? Yeah. Okay, so another one of the ideas we had is a police sketch, of course, and what I wanted to do is maybe give it some filters to make it feel like it's being broadcast in an old, like 80s TV or something. So there's a fairly simple way of doing that. What you can do is blur this to hell, like quite a bit. The blurring has to be pretty important. Oh, first, we'll increase the contrast, make the background fully white. And then we blur it to hell. Have you seen this, man? Yeah, exactly. We blur this maybe like 9 or 10, something silly like that. And then we again sharpen it to hell. And that, we'll see what that looks like. I saw the preview, but let's see if that changes a lot when applying. That's all good. So this gives you like the very sharpened look. Is a very like old TV thing. What we can do, let me just make a copy of this without the smart filters. Or with just the levels maybe, yeah. We can add the sec. We can add like a little bit of a cut of how do you call it, banner or something like that from the local TV. So maybe cut off to one side and let's put that here. Please sketch, or all caps maybe. Now maybe not a bold font. We just get a little bit of the text, like it's been cut off, and then we'll give this some color and an ugly gradient or something. Like, I don't know, blue. What kind of blue should we go for? It has to feel like local news, of course. Are you gonna do a screen effect? Yeah. Now this should be black. So we're going for it. There we go. Maybe not this font. Let me get let's look at actual 80s TV things, so we can choose one and kind of imitate that style. That'll probably be better. So let me find a Twitter account real quick. That's 80s New Screens, I think. Yep. Okay, so I mean, it's just funny new screens from the 80s, but coping, I love this one. Okay, so we definitely need the big shadow behind the letters. I think we should go with this, like no square around it, just the text in white with a very, very dark shadow. Think, right? Kind of feels more 80s. And okay, we do need to see the kind of font here. Let me just copy this image because it'll be useful. There we go. Now let's check for a similar font. Let's just write check theft victim. Okay, let's go for some classic like aerial or something. Maybe a bold one. Yeah, it looks pretty spot on, right? And it's the same type of font. We don't need to get the exact one. That's unnecessary. So that is essentially what we'll do. We'll just do Arial Bold. Very simple. As classic as they come. Arial Bold. Without the black bar. What we could do is get an ugly background or something going. Okay, Jesus. Thanks so much for coming. Have a good night. What do you think people watching the news would think of the sketch? They would probably be amused. I assume. Okay, let's go back to browser. Where are you, browser? Here. Okay, something like this. I like this a lot. Alright. Yeah, let's go for this. Fairly simple thing too. So we just need blue and a checkerboard. And then the glitches will do the rest. So go back here. What a funny looking fella indeed. I can actually use this sort of blue. Don't know if that'll match. I think it needs to be a bit darker, but something like this, and then we can get a checkerboard. I think I got some downloaded from a recent little thing I did. Instead of building it ourselves, it'll be a bit quicker. Just get the one I downloaded. Here it is. Simple. Now, I'll try not using any corporate logos, you never know. Something like this with a bunch of blur. And then please sketch of the subject, of the suspect. The big old drop shadow. At 45 degrees, 100% opacity. We'll just add a second drop shadow, make it longer distance. Third drop shadow, longer distance. Fourth drop shadow, longer distance. You get the gist. You can just keep doing this until I think like 8 or 9. So you can make pretty long drop shadows like this. It's fun. Oh, we got the bot of today. There you go. I'll make this a bit bigger. Let's sketch of the suspect. Also, maybe you should make this. Hold on. Oh, we deleted this. Hold on. Where is it? We just get like this image, for example. But this needs to be longer. I don't know why I thought why I made it this short. There we go. Let's see. Let's give it a second, I guess. Don't break Photoshop, please. Taking its merry time. There we go. I was scared for a sec, but we're good. We're good. So let me expand the blue. I'll make the checkerboard larger as well. Don't mind the size of the checkerboard that much. That's not an important thing. Then we can do, like on the other one, a little gradient from the side. Something like this. A little bit from the other side too. To make it feel like a screen, you know? I'm gonna center this. And same thing with that. Where's it? Please sketch. Please, can you center? Oh, there we go. That is one silly bot. I don't know how many people they get with the wanna buy followers. It's who the hell actually wants that? I don't know. Okay, let's make one of these little borders around it. Although we can't make a wide border because it already has that. So let's just make a big old drop shadow. Let's give it the same drop shadow, but it just starts getting larger as it goes. Ends up becoming blurry. Like so. Maybe we give it an edge, but it's... Hold on. Black instead of white, so we'll do select, modify, contract, 15 pixels, now a bit more. Okay, let's go 30. Yeah. So now it has a black edge, and what I can do is give that some silly gradients. I think I got some in the old ones, legacy gradients. Metals. Just get one of these. They're ugly and they work. Feels like the background lines are moving. It kind of does, yeah. Okay, now we put everything into a single layer. And that's when we start the fun. So first things first, we're gonna take some areas and just slightly offset them. We got some black around the edges, which should help mitigate the little errors we introduce like this. And some we can offset a bit more. Like thinner lines. It's fun to break things. Then we can add some lines. I actually have some that I could. Oh yeah, let me pull out a very not super old but fairly old edits from 2020, I think it is. Megalomorpha. It's the mosaic. Yep. So one of the parts of that. This is one of the early parts of Megalomorpha. One of the things that happened is, well, it was discovered through an old TV broadcast. So what I have is a bunch of stuff that I can just drop in. Probably. We'll see what it looks like. So the little lines, we can add those on top after we've done the edits, because those will just get blurred out. So we'll add that on top. So here we got scan lines. As you can see, these little lines. We got this that introduces some color glitches, some like bands of green and orange and pink, which tended to happen with old TVs. And now we're putting everything together, and finally, where is this? If I didn't delete that, oh there it is. Gaussian blurred smart sharpen. Boom. Finally. You need to sleep? Go sleep. Come on. What you doing? Do the skylines appear over the sketch? Yeah, they appear everywhere. Just in some parts they're a bit harder to see. So we're reducing the clarity a little. Hammy, go to bed. Good night, good night. So there's usually a bit of a tint, either pink or green. Both can work. We increase the texture to add more scan lines. Then we add a bit of grain for that TV grain. A very square vignettes, like so. It's pretty feathered. Anything else we can try here? Something in the highlights that will add a bit of a tint to mess with things a bit further. Touch of purple. We love grain. You know it. And I feel like we can even go a little bit further with the blur plus sharpen. And bring that up to I want to see 12. Something like this. 12.5. Chromatic aberration? Can give that a try. Yeah, good idea. Although I would do that before doing all these edits. So We'll kind of go back one step, do it, and then try again. Okay, so this version is even more blurred and sharpened. Might be too much. Let's go back there. Yeah, that was too much. I want to maybe just add to the sharpening. Okay. So we'll go back one step after this is done loading. We'll try the chromatic aberration. So that's essentially just creating 3 layers. Just pasting the whole image on all 3. Then they're each going to be red, green, then blue. And now we have each channel kind of separated. So what you can do is take one of them. Let's do the red one because it'll give us red and blue. I think that's the most commonly seen type of chromatic aberration. And we'll just do some little distortion. So you go optics, you distort that a little bit towards the inside. Hopefully, we'll see what that does. That seems like a lot, but I still need to make it a bit larger. Okay. Work Photoshop, please. There we go. So if you do this well, the chromatic aberration will focus around the edges, which is how chromatic aberration works. So yeah, nice. I like that effect. Thank you guys for suggesting that. I might also add some more scan lines. I want to try the scan lines, but they are in multiply. What does that look like? Hey, oh, the scan, I should do this above, of course. Okay. Just a tiny bit of scan lines that do appear over this, which should help. Now, we actually put everything together once again. Yeah, the camera raw filter has a very nice optics thing, which lets you kind of distort things. It's very nice for the chromatic aberration. You just distort it towards the inside and then expand that so the center doesn't have chromatic aberration and the edges do. And we can even further distort that a little bit towards, like, make it bulge out a little bit, like it's a TV screen. I feel like the exposure went too far down. Then we do color mixer. I was seeing if we did something with the purples, can increase that banding effect a little bit. Nah, it doesn't do much. Okay, sounds good. So we'll let that apply, then we can add these. Gonna add them in color dodge. Ooh. Color dodge looks good. It kind of applies a little bit of color distortion as well, which is nice. So I can add this here and here. And maybe even if we feel a little bit crazy, I can add some touches in the middle. And just do maybe I'll just apply them manually. What a handsome young man. Just a lovely lad. So we can just apply a little bit of these lines. Maybe make them larger like this. So another one to add to the Hall of Fame of shitty police sketches, except this one is real. Sure hope he doesn't kill me and steal my identity. That won't happen. I'm sure. Wink. I mean, it's usually a bit lower contrasts in the 80s screenshots that you see, but I kind of like that darkened look. I don't want to go too what's the name? Analog horror here. There we go. I hope we didn't break this sketch too much. Let's call this police. The analog horror makes it better, but it's tropey. It's overdone. A word in Spanish. A sketch. That would be un boceto or un bosquejo. So yeah, we got three things today. We got the police sketch. We got the drawings of the skulls. We got the actual skull in here. I'm pretty happy with all the things we have today. Obviously, like, these last two are just me. Let me save this as a JPEG. These last two were just me taking Luke's fantastic drawings and like messing them up. But I think the effects came out well, which is the good part, the good thing. And this, which was entirely made by us, is I think it's quite nice. I'll look at it again tomorrow and actually decide how nice it is, but especially for having done all of it with my left hand. These all look good. I mean, it's never going to be symmetrical, but okay, everything's going to save. Oh, this one hadn't saved, so good thing I checked again. Can we save that as a JPEG as well, because maybe it isn't. Save reminders all around. Turned out great. Thank you. I mean, thanks to you. These wouldn't exist if it weren't for you. So with this week, we got I guess I've kind of single-handedly decided that, so sorry, but this would be set in the 70s or 80s, I feel like, with that style of TV. So we can set the police sketch story in the 80s. Then we would need something, I think, in between the old X-ray, which would be early 1900s. like let's say 1905, and this would be 1970s. We need at least something in the middle. I think that's where the children's drawing comes in. I think that's what we could do. X-ray, children's drawing, and police sketch. Should we do, look, how do you feel about doing this the moment the doppelganger reproduces, quote unquote? Because we got that, you know, that kind of lobe coming out of the head. What if the incident that was reported that the police sketch was made from was the person, like that lobe growing and eventually tearing off and becoming like just a meaty little lobe that's squirming around like a baby doppelganger? Who's gonna do the children's drawing? I assume Luke, but I could take a stab at it myself. Like, I'm not good at drawing like professionally, but I can do a children's drawing. That I can do. So Luke, since you've done a lot, I will let you choose if you want to do this other one as well. I've done this. Oh no, actually, I just moved and I didn't bring off my I did when I did this. I had access to I could access my old like drawing things from when I was a kid. I've just moved and I don't have any of that. So I think you'll have to take this one, Luke. But we can do a pretty simple thing, I think. We can do like a pretty like stick figure sketch. Because the scary thing there is not the sketch itself, but the implication. I think it could be something like the stick figure sketch, and written next to it, the thing that is pretending to be my dad, or something like that. Since we're doing each of these through the perspective of a witness, it would be fun to do this from, you know, the kid whose dad just got, or mom. Could, I think we've tried it pretty heavily male in. I mean, the X-ray and the drawings could be anything, but the turning photo and this are men, so we could do a woman for this one. It could be like the thing that is pretending to be my mom, for example. Yeah, I think that could work. So we set it in maybe the 30s, 40s, somewhere in between. This isn't my mommy, yeah. Unless they weren't trying to go unnoticed, it would become a woman. I mean, I guess it depends on what the doppelganger wants at that moment. I feel like it's fun to leave their true intentions, leave that as a bit of a mystery. Like, are they just feeding? Do they just want to, you know, be maintained by humans, or do they have any aspirations of being powerful? Like, why do they choose like high society, high class people, when they could maybe keep their secret better by going unnoticed, being like one in the masses? These kinds of things. Kind of leaving those open questions makes it a bit more interesting, I think. You reminded me of that comic where children jokingly say that people got replaced and you knew because they wouldn't turn to show their faces. Ooh, that's creepy. Eat some kids from funsies. It is Kelheim's. I'll check it out later. Thank you. Yeah, I think having a child be the witness of your story is always creepy and interesting for horror. It's always an interesting viewpoint. Because it's definitely gonna be one of, you know, the most obviously like unreliable narrators you can get. So that's always fun, a fun thing to play with. Also, look, for the skulls here, if we do set it before the 1850s, before the photos, I think it could be maybe not a doctor, but like a regular guy, because we already have the X-ray, which could be told from the perspective of a doctor. So we could have this regular ass guy that decides to walk through the Paris catacombs. It could also be the Rome catacombs or something like that, like very old catacombs where people have been buried for hundreds of years, and comes across this weird skull, and they just become obsessed with it. I felt like that might be fun to introduce, like some sort of like found in a catacomb regular ass guy. That's wrong hyphen, but I love that. Like just like maybe not maybe like an explorer type or something like that. But like not necessarily a doctor, just a guy that finds a weird skull in the Paris catacombs while getting lost in them, and he notices it keeps shifting. So he knows this very old thing, and since we know that the doppelganger, like, it could either imply that, oh, there are several doppelgangers, there's not the one that we've been following, or we could kind of leave it unclear as to, because this would be the one that takes place first, like before any of them. We could leave it unclear what's the fate of this person that's done all these drawings. And if this skull is like the one doppelganger, and this person, by taking the skull and doing whatever they did with it, were the ones to kind of unleash it back into the world. And that's why the story starts. It could be a fun thing, it just came into my mind, but yeah, random lost tourists that just becomes obsessed and goes kind of insane because nobody believes them. Grave robbing, yeah. And there was this, I guess, fascination with the Paris catacombs at some point. How would they sneak the skull out without getting caught? I mean, it's the 19th century. I feel like people wouldn't be guarding the Paris catacombs. I don't know, they might have, but... Our doppelganger is French. Sacré bleu. Bribery. Could also be bribery, yeah, of course. Like, I don't know, what would be better? To use this story as the pin at the end to show that, oh, there's not only this one doppelganger, there's possibly like, there's more than one, right? It's a whole species of things. Or leaving it unclear and kind of implying that this skull is the doppelganger somehow, and through being taken out of the catacombs, it was kind of like inactive there. But through these lost tourists that took it out of the catacombs, it managed to like reform back, maybe eat the tourists, and eventually just like continue its spree of taking over people. I knew it, French people are doppelgangers. It all makes sense now. I'm kind of torn between those two kind of twists, maybe, or those story directions. Europe is full of them fake people. The mimic town in Prague. How does a skull kill someone? I mean, maybe the doppelganger is not really like the skull. The skull is just the form it takes. Doppelganger is a German word. It is. I mean, maybe this is the skull of a German guy. Yeah. Let's think about it, Luke, and chat about it later, I think. Because it could be like something is dormant within the skull. Like whatever the doppelganger really is. Like, does it really have a form? If it can change form constantly. Maybe the doppelganger kind of died a long time ago, but something was still like left alive, and it just got became dormant, and accidentally through this tourist kind of messing with it, it just kind of managed to take the life force of the tourists and spring back into life. Either that or that's an actual dead skull, but it implies that doppelgangers have been around for all of history, potentially. Can it become an animal? I feel like keeping it to humans might be more interesting, because it implies that it's a specific predator of humans, which is more interesting than keeping it to, you know, general shape-shifting things, like shape-shifting thing. But I guess it could potentially become an animal. But at least within the story, we're always going to keep it to humans. Just because it's a German word doesn't mean only Germans can be doppelgangers. True. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a think as to what direction to take this in. I like how the teeth here came together, especially with this teeth here and the ones below them. They fit together fairly nicely. They're kind of double teeth, I guess. Mimics, cousins of the doppelganger. Yeah, for sure. Well, like mimics in the D&D sense. Yeah, mimics are just the object versions. Cousin species. Yeah, maybe like the moment you or some little living part of the doppelganger gets inside you, it can just, like a bacteria infecting you, it just starts from there, grows, and eventually takes over your body, and boom, doppelganger is alive again. Or it gets into your brain or something. I don't know exactly the method through which it would take you over, but we can think about it. The reason for the uncanny valley. Why did humans evolve a fear of something that looks pretty close to human, but not entirely? Why does that specifically trigger fear or uncomfortableness in humans? Think about it. Did we evolve that? Why did we need to evolve that? There's some human predator that kind of looks like a human. Questions to linger on. Exactly what Sean says. Yeah, like burying bodies in Norway and like the northern islands of Norway, where they don't the bacteria stay dormant. Exactly. Anyway, I think I'm gonna have to rest my left hand after today. Obviously, these two we didn't do with the left hand, but this one we did. These were very fun, by the way. We're pretty close to, I think, tying this whole doppelganger thing together. I think if we got it figured out by then, it could be something to like post next week. Maybe the skull starts morphing and Taurus gets cuts by its teeth. Yeah, I like that. Kind of like it's been studying, the Taurus has been studying the skull for a long time, and eventually something is bound to happen, right? While handling it. Little accident. It falls down, the skull breaks. Something kind of activates it again. And he gets cut on one of the shards. of the broken skull, and boom. Stretch the left hand. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine, honestly. Since it was in a strange position for a while, it was kind of bothering me a little bit, but it's fine. Perfectly good. My left hand is okay. We'll think about new silly little challenges for the future, because it's fun, and it's fun to have like some kind of subscription objective, because you know it's nice to it's a nice incentive. At the end, it's like being able to get a little bit more money through Twitch really makes it into more and more of an integral part of my whole setup, my whole system. So it pushes me to, you know, come up with more streams, do more things. It's fun. I hopefully if streams start becoming something that get a little bit more money and become like more of an integral part, I might start like doing more streams a week, because that works out like that. That would be great. That would allow me to, you know, do more personal stuff, because on streams I can just work on personal stuff and get quote unquote rewarded for that. So that might allow me to do more of that and less commissions. So that's always cool. Thank you guys. I'm glad you enjoy them. I've been doing streams for, I don't know, 3 years, and it's only in the last year or so that they've been starting to get more and more active. So it takes a while to get there, but I'm glad I get there. I got there. But guys, that is gonna do it for today, I think. Look, we'll be chatting. We'll see where we bring the story, but I think we're getting like we're in the final lap. So it's been a very quick turnaround. We've been very fast with this, both of us, I think. It's a slow, yeah, I think streaming is a slow thing, and you definitely need some audience elsewhere, because Twitch doesn't really help you out with growing at all. They don't have a good system for that. So it's thanks to Twitter in a big part. Thanks to all you guys who came through Twitter. You're great. Guys, I hope you have a great time zone wherever you are. Take care. I will see you, if all goes well, on Friday, although I might move that to Saturday. Do stay tuned to the Discord, which you got a link to in chats. Stay tuned to the Discord to know when the next stream is going to be. Most likely Friday, but we'll see. Guys, take care. See you soon.